What's up, guys? Welcome back to the channel. And today we are changing out this beat up white top for a black one. So I have all the tools here to do that. Let's get her done. Alright guys, welcome back. I got the new top all put in, nice and shiny black top, and I think now I will polish it up with some of the black restoring stuff if I have enough, and then I'll let you guys know how that turned out. But yeah, the black top is in. I really like it. It definitely changes the card a lot. I can't wait to get a black body put in or a matte black wrap. I'm so hyped. Got the Meguiar's Ultimate Black Restoration on this. Oh boy, I did a terrible job right there. Let's go back and get that place that I really messed up. There we go, much better. Anyway, got the Ultimate Black Restoration. Top's in good shape. It has a couple of little scuffs on it on the side, but nothing too bad, like right there. That looks like a casting error when they cast the plastic. But other than that, it looks pretty dang good, and I'm super excited about being able to, and it's got a few little pits right here. But those all look like manufacturing defects, I think. Other than that, top looks great. And now our next step will be run to the hardware store, see if we can get some black fasteners to replace those. And maybe even these handle fasteners. I don't know why they would be silver, but yeah, I think those are probably the same exact dimensions. So I'll try to get 2, 4, 6, 8 of those to replace all the silver stuff, and then we'll see what happens after that. Okay, everybody, this is day 13. No pool pump turned on in hot Florida. Check out the pretty green water. Don't you just want to jump in it over your head and get a bunch of E. coli and bacteria in your face? It feels good, and then you're like, oh my god. Okay, so the next step in this is to redo this wiring back here into something a little bit more acceptable, and you know I can't live with it like this, so we're probably gonna have to disconnect our internet in the process, and it always takes forever to get back up. But I'm gonna get back here with my zip ties and try to get this mess into something, even though I don't even have all the stuff yet. I can pull the wiring from here back to the wall and then just leave it back here till it's time to go up to the TV, but that's the opposite way to do it, so I cannot do that. Amazon just got here and delivered the 4K 75-inch Omni TV, and it is looking fly in the living room. But that thing has to translate to that wall, so we're gonna see how good that fits. Probably perfectly, but let's go. All right, we need to get this 75-incher over to this coffee table, lay it on there, get it unboxed, and then start with the LED strip installation and the TV mount. So let's get to work right now, dude. We got the TV packing materials out and in the trash, and we have the TV left over. So now we have two missions. Get the mounting brackets on, and then also put the Govee DreamView LED strips on the TV while we have a chance to do that. Now, this is the DreamView strip, that's the TV DreamView strip, and the mounting arms right here, dog. We'll figure that out next after my meeting. All right, we got the mounts lined up. I went to the top because I figured why not? I mean, let's measure from the top of the mount to the bottom and see if we actually are as high as my center channel speaker, and then we'll see. All right, we have the TV here with the mounts on. So now our job is to just find the right bolts that attach to this. If they need spacers, we'll have to put spacers in. They give you spacers here. And then all we have to do is just make sure that they can be tightened. So we measured from the mount to the bottom of the TV is going to be 13 inches. So we have to actually do 13 inches on the wall. above that speaker, but we're gonna do 14-ish. That should put the TV perfectly above the center channel. Guys, we have the socket set for the mount, and we are just going to center this over the center channel and go ahead and mount the TV mount with this bolt right here. 4 of these bolts and this impact driver, 50% here and here, halfway between the two. Let's get busy. All right, so we need to measure 50% of this. 78 divided by 2. Activate. Whoa, that's good enough. You need to go up at least 3. I got the mount ready to go, and then I carved out a section for the wall box. So now all I have to do right here and right now is cut that box out and put the box in. So let's get that done now. Let's get that drywall saw up. Hole is cut for the electrical box. We have the box here. We don't have the wall plate. It will be here later today. So what we have to do is make sure that we have everything punched out so we can get wires through it. Leave it outside. Oh, we're not gonna be able to mount the TV till the wall box gets here though. Dang, son. These things come like this, but you have to kind of punch out the boxes to put wires through it. So you punch out the feed right here. Otherwise the wires can't fit. So all we have to get through here is power and HDMI and network. So we need 3. And see what I did here? Got the power cable right here. That is tight. Super lucky that we have access here, but yeah. We got it. We got it, dog. We got all the wires run. Now we have to get an extension cord for the power. I'm sure I have one in here somewhere. Power cord isn't long enough. It comes barely out of there. So let's just go ahead and run this inside the wall. We got power ran, we have Ethernet, we have HDMI. That's all we have to run to this guy. So all we have to do now is basically put the wall plate here, connect all the wires here, put that plate on right there, and put the center channel speaker in because it's already wired up and ready to go. Let's get this center channel installed. We have every other wire ready to go. First, connect. Just got a text, can you believe it? Oh boy. Looks like we got a present out here we need to bring inside. Well, I accidentally hit stop there. Package got to the US and got lost in Philadelphia. Never heard from again, and of course you know UPS. Basically, if your package doesn't show up, that's the last time you're ever going to hear from them, because investigation did nothing. Never even heard from those guys after an investigation was opened on the package. So the guys at ID4 decided to go ahead and ship me another one. Very difficult to unbox and film at the same time, but we're going to do that. So here we go. We have the ID4 digital gauge cluster here. We're going to be right back. All right, so full of peanuts. That's good, right? I'm going to dump some of these peanuts out and then start the video again. All right, I really meant for this unboxing to go smoother. Literally. Here's the first thing I see. Looks like it might be part of the, yeah, so it looks like the top part of the instrument cluster there. Yep. Set that aside over here so it doesn't get damaged. Sorry, the dishwasher is running. There's that. Took some of these peanuts out. You can see it is well packed. Now we've got a box here. Let's take a look at this and see what this is about. Alright, there's my receipt too. I paid well over $1,000 for this setup. And I got a bunch of options. I really wanted some of the options that allow you to plug in the USB without getting to the back of the instrument cluster, and also I wanted the keypad option. Looks like we got some of that stuff here. We got the USB cables. We have the keypad, which goes onto your dash there. Yep, there's the, really want to get that into the actual dash underneath where your leg goes. I want to, up underneath there, Dremel that out. Looks like here we have, I'm not sure what that is. We have a template to cut the vent, I believe, right there. I think that's what that is. We have the backup camera. The RCA adapter for the backup camera, which I already have that. We have the right angle adapter for the USB here. And not sure what that is, but I'm gonna figure it out. Oh, that's for the keypad. And then I think this goes to over your vent. Once you Dremel out the vent plate, I believe that goes on top of that. All right, let's see what's next in here. All kinds of goodies on it. Underneath a bunch of green peanuts here. All right, so this seems to be the main unit. Let's get this box out of the way. And the peanuts. Yep. So yeah, I really felt bad for these guys because they had to make me a new one after UPS lost it, and hopefully they get all their money back. I'm gonna go ahead and unbox this and restart. Trying to get this open without stopping the video. I had to stop it once, but all right, I'm trying this one more time. All right, got this beautiful packaging undone. Here is the actual digital gauge cluster by ID4. This is probably the most exciting modification I've done to the car yet, or am going to do. Take a look at the back of it. So there it is. There's all the connectors, the USB, the little fan. Yeah, so this thing does not fit without trimming the plate in the back. I'm assuming there's a there's instructions somewhere or a video for me to watch, but here is the plate. I believe that the plate template that you put, doesn't even say which way is the top, but I think you tape this onto the vent behind your stock gauge cluster, and then you use your Dremel and you trim out the back so it kind of fits in there. Now I do also have, that's interesting. Yeah, I also have the Android head unit, which uses a backup camera. I have not installed the camera, so my plan is when I go in here, I am going to Y-adapt here and finally connect my Android navigation to the backup camera, which I've been wanting to do, I'd say probably for over a year now. So I'm going to look into the paperwork right now, see if there's instructions for this guy, and go ahead and update you guys after that. Alright, so I'm watching the video now on ID Foresight. Don't know how old it is, if it's updated or not. The first thing it says is I need a Torx tool set. Now I have this Torx, and I think this is the right one, so I'm going to go in here now. It's super helpful to have a convertible, obviously, because, you know, so much more room to do things. But apparently you go up under here to remove these screws. Wouldn't you know it, that's the right one. So you know why? Because I used it to do the Android radio there. So going to grab a light also so you guys can see better, and I'm going to do the first step in the video. Alright, first things first, I went ahead and hooked up my battery charger because I have a feeling I'm going to have the doors open for a while and it's going to cause some current draw. I do have it on the lowest possible setting here. It's not a bad idea to use a thing like a battery tender here that I have to top off your battery every once in a while if you know, keep your battery in tip-top shape. But if you guys don't know it, you can hook your any jumper cables or anything up to the front posts here. That's what those are designed for. Now, I have a feeling this is going to take me a while. Also got a light set up in here for a little bit extra lighting. So I'm going to get my next step ready. I'm going to go ahead and try to take out these screws up here by hand. Let's see what happens. Oh wow, yeah. Apparently you don't need a lot of torque here because these are hand tight. And I thought about getting my small screwdriver out, my electric screwdriver out for this, but they're just, it's in an awkward place. I don't think you'll be able to get that in here. So here's the second one here. Let's see if I can get underneath this. Nope, there's not a good place to go. Alright, this is kind of hard to get out by, oh, there we go. Came right out. Not a bad idea to have a place to put your screws, but BMW gives you one right there. Alright, second screw coming out. And out. I'm going to go ahead and check the instructions and check back with you guys. Alright guys, so the next step is you just should be able to just pull the cluster. Everything's difficult with one hand. But yeah, look at that. It just comes right out. Pretty easy. Also, make sure that your steering wheel, I drive with the steering wheel all the way down, but make sure that it's all the way in the down position. Otherwise, it might be difficult to get this out. And there should be a connector on the back here. Now here's the next part that's going to be hard, is getting this out because there's like literally no room. It's very hard. And you know what? I'm going to go ahead and grab a towel and cover the steering wheel so I don't damage it. Okay guys, as you can see here, I covered up the steering wheel. And I think if you lift up, it will pop right out and be difficult with one hand. I'm really trying to do this while I film. Okay, there we go. So that is it. And now there is a connector on the back with a little clamp that you disconnect. Apparently, it is right there. I'm going to do that now because it takes two hands. But you just pull the little protective lever over and then you disconnect it. Okay, so there is a little notch here on this connector that you have to push in to move the connector to rotate the connector down. So just get a little screwdriver or something and push that notch in. This thing should come right out. And then we'll update you on the next steps. But this is our query now. We've got this vent that is right in the freaking way. Ideally, they would have made a vent that was pre-done, but they didn't do that. So we are going to be cutting this now. It's going to be scary and fun. Can't wait. All right, guys. So the next step here is we need to take out this air vent and the light switch. Looked like he just popped this off, but I advise you to get. Whoops. Lost the tool right there. I advise you to get this. This is a trim kit. This has all the tools you need to deal with trim stuff in any vehicle. So there is a little, I'm sure this literally pops right off. In the video, let's see what he does here. They make it look so easy. He's like, yeah.
Is removed, take out the air vent and the light switch.
In a very heavy German accent, take out the air vent and the light switch. So I can relate because I'm half German. So got this tool here. Now you see this thing is specifically designed not to hurt your trim because it's got plastic on the back. Watch me break it right in front of the whole entire world of 5 people that'll watch the video. Okay, so that popped right out. You don't want to break the tab, so just be careful or you'll be on one of those videos where it's like dying inside. So I'm going to be doing this again because I'm going to be painting this trim in the coming week, but I wanted to go ahead and do this first. But yeah, so wow, check that out. Now we also got to take out the headlight switch, but now that you're in it, I'm assuming it pops right out. I am assuming. Okay. Boy, I love how much focus. I love how much space there is. Look at this. Amazing. All right, let's see what we do next here on the video. All right, so he's popping out that headlight assembly switch. I don't think we need to take it off. That seems a little bit too. It hangs down.
Make sure it is aligned to the right on left-hand drive vehicles. On right-hand drive vehicles, it must be aligned to the left.
Okay, so
the sticker must be aligned on the lowest part of the air tube.
All right, so he's saying to get the sticker.
Cut out the sticker and place it over the air tube.
It came with it.
Make sure it is aligned to the right.
All right, well, let's go. I'll go grab the sticker and see what he's talking about here. All right, so this thing has to be cut out apparently. So I am going to take a few minutes now. Go ahead and cut this out to the best of my abilities, which is 0. I'm going to drink some non-alcoholic water that tastes exactly like water, and I will be right back with a nice cut template. Just watch the video. Hopefully I did this correctly. I've got the video up right here. I mean, that apparently is how you cut this out, right? And then, so you do it.
Make sure it is aligned to the right on left-hand drive vehicles.
So,
Right-hand drive vehicles, it must be aligned to the left.
He's on a left-hand drive vehicle, so he's aligning it like this, and it kind of bends over, goes to the bottom of the air vent,
As shown in the picture.
and then you cut everything except this.
Tube is still in the vehicle. Place the metal shield to cover the hole in the air tube.
Metal shield and cover was.
This is a good time to install the vehicle interface cable.
I lost the metal shield and cover. Oh, right here. Duh. Here's the metal shield and cover that goes over what you cut out. All right, let's go try the next step here with. Oh, here's Mr. Bink. I know. Kitty, are you hungry? Oh, you're such a good kitty. Are you gonna stay with me forever? Okay guys, so I got this into the air vent area. It's gonna be an adventure. So I literally use shipping tape, and you can see where the lines are folded right here. So take your template, fold it over there. I taped it multiple places. I am going to get my Dremel. I'm gonna watch the video and make sure that I cut, you know, I think this is supposed to be like, yeah, okay, so I've got it taped wrong. So basically you Dremel the air vent there across where it curves and you come straight down here. Mine is taped too low right there, so you can see where I messed up, but you get the idea. You're cutting the vent all the way from here over to here and then straight down here to the bottom, and then you're going to match the picture here. Let me pull it up for you. So check this out. This is what's on the instructions.
Place the metal shield to cover.
So there's the instructions.
Piece as shown in the picture.
Alright, see how they cut?
While the air tube is
Sorry, I
still in
dropped
the
it.
vehicle.
So that's all you're doing right now is you're dremeling, or whatever your favorite dash destruction method is. I know. Mr. Banks. He's still chilled. Mr. Banks. Such a good cat. Alright, I'm gonna load up the Dremel gun now. I have to turn the light off for that, unfortunately, but I am going to work on that right now. This is scary. Kitty! Alright, so I got the Dremel. This is what I'm going to use for it. So I've got this Dremel. I think I lost like the real attachment, but I'm going to use this cutting disc right here and really destroy that dash. So I'm going to go ahead and put this, what? I know, dude. So I'm going to go ahead and put this disc on the Dremel. Get back with you guys. Got my Dremel tool all set up here, even though it refuses to focus. Good grief. Come on, man. So yeah, gonna go ahead and mount this to the Dremel, and I'm gonna Dremel out that air vent and destroy my car. Got my Dremel tool on here, so this is just a regular cutting bit. Variable speed Dremel here. It's gonna be hard to get this thing in here and cut that. Seriously? I already broke the... Okay, I already broke it. Real life here. Your Banks is so vocal right now, but seriously, these cutting discs are so fragile, and I just literally touched it to something. You'll have to play with the Dremel speed. I keep it on a pretty high speed. I'm gonna go ahead and try this. I've been dreading doing this for months. I can't do this and film, but you see what's gonna happen right there. Around that template, right around the edge of that vent, I'm going to cut that, and I'll get back to you guys after I have destroyed my amazing car. Okay guys, so trial and error. This is what I've got here. So basically what I found out after playing with this is your best bet for cutting this is not a Dremel. It's very thin. They don't explain this to you, but this knife here is all I needed. I cut this original slice with the Dremel. The problem is the Dremel can't get into the space, so I cut the rest with this. Now, it seems like, what good would this do? I don't understand. We're gonna find out here though very quickly, because this little piece is going to go here. I'm gonna retrieve that and see if I actually did this right, but it's really rough. You can see here, there's still like a little bit here. I'm gonna trim off. All that has to be gone for this plate to work properly. Yeah, I missed a little bit right there. I'm gonna go ahead and trim that off, and I'll get back to you. Okay, I wanted to update you guys. This is the cable for the backup camera. I am splitting that cable to go to my Android head unit. So I've got a Y adapter here. I went ahead and taped these up with electrical tape. That's a Y adapter. One of these will feed to the backup camera. The other one will feed to my Android adapter. Now I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now, I'm having a lot of issues getting the cluster in. It's very difficult to get it. I know, man. I know the feeling. It's really difficult to get it into the area. The steering wheel is in the way. It's tilted all the way down. I'm gonna work on that for a minute, but I wanted to go ahead and get everything connected to it. So once I do get it in, I don't have to worry about connecting everything now. So I'll get back to you guys if I can figure out how to do it. Okay, so I connected all the cables that came with it. Obviously one of them is for the stock connection to the instrument cluster. The other one is for the keypad right there. Just the keypad here that mounts in your dash with double-sided tape. And then the third one is for the backup camera. So there's also this USB. I did get the right angle USB, so this will only go, the cat's so vocal. So only go in one way because, you know, lovely USB. So this makes it so it sits more flush, like that. Then you take this additional adapter and you mount this into your dash. So this is an extension for that. Now at the same time, this thing is very hard to get in the dash, so I'm still working on how to do that. And once I figure it out, I'll let you guys know. All right, so I'm having a lot of issues getting this cluster installed, and I figured out from a different video for the 5 series, maybe it would help if I got rid of these little edges on the dash. So I went ahead and broke those off right there to see, because I got it almost in, but it's just very difficult. So let me try to do this now that I've got these little corner edge pieces broken off. I've got all the wiring run through the dash here, coming down through the dashboard and through the headlight jack. Let me give this a shot. Oh, also I taped up here because it started to, this is really like taking, my car's taking a beating on this. Yeah, see, I already, scarred up my car. This is really, I'm having issues here. Be back. Okay, I'm ready to punch myself in the face. I think I've messed my car up so many different ways and scratched every single thing up, including my steering wheel, which was perfect. My dash was perfect. It's all messed up. This is a very hard install. I come to the conclusion that it has to fit behind the little tabs in the corner. I tried to Dremel them out so it could lay back a little bit more. It's not going to. I don't know if the cover is going to go on or not, but we're going to do a power on right now and see if it was worth it. Okay, well that's pretty freaking awesome. And if we go over here, we can get the Android. All right, so now the challenge is getting this thing mounted and getting this trim ring on. And oh, also, by the way, during this whole process, I lost this little clip. Yep. So now I don't know what I'm going to do about that. I don't have it. It fell into the dash. It's freaking gone. I'm going to work on this. Goodbye. All right, so it is the next day. Wow, what a night. What can I say? I spent 5 hours trying to get this thing installed yesterday. All I can say is this about this, because I don't want to give the company a bad rap at all. So the first package I got from them got lost. Not their fault. Second package came. I followed the instructions. I cut the air vent. Still, I could not get this thing installed. Now, I made the biggest mistake in the world. I didn't protect my steering wheel and my cover here for the steering wheel that great. And yeah, I scratched up my interior, which was perfect before. My steering wheel has marks on it now, which it did not before. So that was my impatience after being frustrated with this thing. Also, it is not lined up correctly. It needs to go down about 1/4 of an inch, so I'm going to be removing it again and cutting away some more of the vent. And I want to go get some of that flexible aluminum tape instead of the little cover that they supply to fill the vent. So for now, I stuffed a towel in the vent to keep the air going, but I want to show you guys what this thing looks like. And again, I actually scratched up the screen right here just a tiny bit, which I think might come out with plastic polish. I scratched up my steering wheel. I scratched up my top of the steering wheel cover. I scratched up my dash out of frustration, and then in the last just ditch effort to ruin my entire car, I scratched my tint right here. So wonderful, now I have scratched up front tint. So overall experience with this has been a nightmare. This is all I'll say. It is still so hard to get in that I had to force it into the position where it is now, and I didn't use the stock factory screw holes. I put self-tapping screws in wherever this thing would go, but it is in. But you can see at the bottom, the lip is showing there. That needs to be fixed. So let's start it up and show you what it's like. So I don't know why the, okay, so high battery drain is on, which I don't understand why. The car's been off. That's something I need to look at. And actually the car's on a charger right now, so that's interesting. High battery drain, okay. Increased battery, okay, so that's new since I put the screen in. But as you can see here, I got the screen installed and I did configure it. There's the RPMs, and this is how it looks. And you can either use your stock here to go into the menu. So you push in the menu button there, and that's where you have the configuration items. I do have it on, I'm not sure which one I have it on right now. I think this is one of the sport ones. I think it's Fierce is what it's called. But inside that menu, that's where you set up all the options for the screen. You can set up a display for when you're normally driving, and then when you go into sport. So you notice how when I go into sport, I have it changed to a different theme, which is called orange. I don't know, sport orange or something like that. I can't remember what it's called. But notice, like, I've configured it the way I wanted it. I set up horsepower and torque right here as the extra gauge that I wanted. I got the M Sport logo. Pretty cool. Now it doesn't show boost. I heard they're working on that, but I don't know if that's ever going to be available. But I wanted to just show you guys because I had such an experience with this thing that was a nightmare, and still not right. I did not install my camera yet. I've got the cables all back here. The keypad for it, I did not install either because I was so frustrated at the end of my night. I literally just wanted to throw it out the window, and that's why I threw something at my front windshield. But honestly, my front windshield needs to be replaced anyway, so that's probably going to happen soon. But wanted to show you guys this, and if you go in here and you go into appearance and you go into themes, and default themes. So default means when you're not in sport mode. There's that classic analog, modern analog, classic orange, modern orange, bright blaze. Okay, that's what I have set for when I go into sport mode. And fierce blaze is what I have set up all the time. And so there's plenty of other options for this thing. You can set up an extra gauge like oil temperature, oil pressure, whatever you feel like you want. But it's cool so far. It's definitely an expensive purchase, and this is all I can suggest to you. I would personally probably get a professional installer to do this. And honestly, I would ditch the plate that comes with it to cover the air vent, and I would just use the aluminum tape. Like, it's, you know, it's like flexible metal tape, because you can also push on that a little bit if you have to get this thing in. And I'm not kidding you, I had to force this thing in where it is right now, and still this bottom lip is showing, which is bothering me. So I'm going to take it all out. I'm going to Dremel out the vent pretty much completely out of where it shows up behind the cluster, and then I'm going to put the cluster back in, hopefully. So I'll update you guys when I do that, but I wanted you guys to see how the display looks, and I want to get this video edited and up. If you have any questions, post them in my comment section. Have a good day. Supercar Street Racing. Guys, inside this mystery box right here is something special for the channel, and you can see right here, you don't have any idea what it is, but I do. And right here, this thing is requesting it to be opened, so I mean, we have to at least do what it says and open this package right now and see what kind of cool things might be inside to benefit the channel. This guy, what is he doing? Let's get this thing unboxed, take a look at it. It might be something cool. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. Supercar Street Racing back, guys. We are in the Supercar Street Racing office. This Mac is loud, this box is not, and today on Supercar Street Racing, we have something special for the studio. This is going to improve my life so much with the Supercar Street Racing 4K studio. We have needed this. We've been suffering without this. There's one more upgrade after this we have to do, but we got to get this thing open because there's some other things inside here we need to do to this particular product. Let's get this box opened up right now and see what's inside. All right, we got this box in front of us right now, ready to be opened up. so freshly. Let's go ahead and get inside this thing and see what is happening here. Yes, this is very loud. I don't know why this does that. And here is the ASUS store, or ASUSter, I'm not sure of the pronunciation, FS6706T NAS. Network attached storage right here, looking so fresh and so fly. Also a RAM upgrade for the NAS storage. Let's get this out of the box. Here is the ASUS store NAS. You can see it has HDMI. It uses M.2 NVMe SSDs. It has a 2.5 gigabit network port, actually two of them. A quad-core processor, optical audio outs, tons of cool stuff in this box. And on the back, you can see all of the features of the FS6706T right here. Enthusiast grade network attached storage with cloud security. It's got apps. It does a lot of cool stuff. But the best part about having this NAS is this is going to back up all my workflow for supercar street racing. And this is going to all go on here, and it will be attached to the network via hardwired. Now let's get this thing out of the box here. There is the label on the top for you guys to check out. Let's get this thing opened. And it has a protective piece of foam right on top of it, and it's a nice bag there. Let's see what's inside of the box here. What did they give us? Aha, standard power adapter here for the NAS. And then inside here, we do see the actual device in a very cool protective bag. And look how cool this thing is. Guys, you can see on the back, there is a USB 3.0 for putting a USB drive, assumably, or a hard drive into it to serve it. You've got your HDMI ports suspiciously upside down, two 2.5 gig Ethernet ports, USB 2.0 ports, and your SPDIF, so you can do optical audio out to a receiver. Then on the front, that peel sat. Oh, I blew it.
These nuts.
That peel sat. It's got some lights on the front here. It looks like maybe power, network, hard drive lights, maybe a power button right there, I think. Pretty cool, guys. All right, let's see what else is in the box. And we do have, oh, okay. I was hoping they gave us a network cable. We do have an Ethernet cable. We got two of them, actually. And we do have this is a cable tie, little cable tie there. Okay, we're back in front of the ASUS store NAS now. We have some work to do. We have to get this guy ready for the drives that are coming in later today, and also for a RAM upgrade. So let's go ahead and get out. I heard a complaint online about the screwdriver size. So I've tried 3 now, and then none of them fit. Aha, it was the largest one I had. PH2, for those of you who are doing the same thing I am, it's a PH2, so that's Phillips number 2. The RAM appears to be under here. Oh, there it is. The top just slides right off. Okay. Ah, I got the wrong memory.
These nuts.
It's SODIMMs, dang it.
Got him! Got him!
Shoot. Back in front of the ASUS store, and I don't know why I thought this used regular RAM. It uses SODIMMs. I did order 16 gigs of memory for this that will be here later today. Same RAM I ordered, PC3200, so that'll be here later today by 10 p.m. along with the drives. But let's take a look at the back of this where the drives go in. So it does have 6 slots for drives, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and they just slide right in right there. Slides in right here, all 6 of them. The model above this has 12. I didn't think I needed that many. I could always upgrade these to 4s if I want to go 4 terabytes. I did order 6 2 terabyte drives, and they will be in RAID 5, I believe it is. So if one drive fails, you still have enough drives left to rebuild the volume. So that is it for now until we get the drives and the memory in that we can install later. So we'll get back with you guys when we do that. Amazon just came and brought this plethora of 2 terabyte drives for us. We have crucial P3 Plus, PCIe NVMe 4.0, M.2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times 6 to go into the NAS. All we have to do right here and right now is get these guys unboxed and installed directly in this NAS. We are still waiting for the RAM though. It should be here any minute. Let's get moving. SSDs are installed, so now we were able to initialize the console. Let's get this thing hooked up and get it going. All right, the unit is powered on. I see lights. We just have a RAM upgrade left after this, so pretty simple. It's still initializing, and we'll need to get to the phone for the next part. Let's get the phone going and switch to that now. Okay, we got the ASUS Store app installed. It did give an error, but all I did was enter the IP address manually and it actually did go to there. And we have all of the apps here available for the ASUS Store. And if we go to the storage manager, we have 9 terabytes available. We have 3 gigabytes used, and it is synchronizing the drive, so we will give it some time to do its thing. I set up a user or two. There's some apps we can install. Look at all this good stuff, guys. All this. And services, we can do, we already have SMB on. We have already checked that and it does work. We have a web center and system info. There's all our information for our drive and stuff. Processor, memory, system temp's good. And yeah, guys, next thing we have to do is copy some data to this. All right, got to create a new account. All right, guys, we're back in the studio with our new ASUS Store NAS. And we have the page called up here. And you can see that right here and right now we have all the apps available here, the file explorer, everything else to do all the settings on the NAS. But what I want to do real quick is go ahead and back up my editing stuff. So if we want to get to the NAS, we got to do 2 backslashes, 192.168.0.210. And it wants my credentials. I'm going to pull those over here. You guys can't see this. And here we have our folders on our brand new NAS. We're going to do editing old NAS. Let's go ahead and drag it and see how long it takes. Now this is coming from a really slow device to a really fast device. So let's see. All right, so that's about as fast as the old device is capable of going. And that says 6 hours. All right, so we're getting about 90 megabytes per second, 110, 112. And I want to see how much, that's actually really fast. 18% memory, 10% CPU. And it's copying at 110 megs per second over a gigabit Ethernet link. So I think I just backed up everything. I just backed up my whole graphics and sound folder in about a couple minutes. Yeah, it's steady about 113 megabytes per second compared to the old NAS was about 30 megabytes per second maximum. So this is four times as fast. Now the rest of this is going to go while I leave the house. And this is a good amount of space that's got to be moved over. So I'm cutting and pasting all these from the old NAS. These are all my renders that I saved. I didn't save everything. I wish I would have, but that's going to take 7 hours at this rate. This old NAS is very slow. All right, we're back in the studio again, and we have some editing footage to do some editing with, and you can see it right here on the screen. Now, what you're looking at now is there is a USB 3.0 slot on the front of the NAS. I have the micro SD card plugged into an adapter, and it's plugged right into the front of the NAS, and you're seeing that right here. All this is GoPro footage. Now at the same time, we're copying from the old NAS, which is right here, to the new NAS, and it is limited by the speed of the old NAS read speed, which is 39 megabytes per second. So now we're going to try copying all this footage to the local drive while we're going to actually copy this to the NAS drive so that we can try to edit off of it. We'll see. So let's select it all. Whoops, one more. We're going to cut from the USB drive. We're going to go to the editing drive. We're going to make a folder on the NAS, raw footage, and we'll paste it right here. Let's see how long this takes. So that's getting 94 megabytes per second from USB 3, dropping down to 88, while the other one is writing at 40 plus megabytes. So that is definitely as fast as the computer copies it from the USB stick. So no speed slowdown going from USB 3 on the front of the NAS to inside of the NAS on the actual NAS drives. And now if we pop our activity monitor up, we have 20% CPU, and we are using all of the memory, but we ordered 16 gigs of RAM, and it will be here today. I'm just waiting for it to get here to pop it in. But meanwhile, this is going at 90 megabytes per second, and the old NAS, my Book Live Western Digital, is copying all its backup files. So all the renders that I ever did are coming off of the old MyBook Live and going over to the new ASUS store with 12 terabytes. And if we look right here at the drive, you can individually select each drive here and see which one you want to look at activity-wise. But here is the usage. We have used, now remember, it's RAID 5, so it's going to use one whole drive for RAID, so that if it fails, it has a one drive tolerance and we won't lose any data. So we only have 9 terabytes after we have a 6 by 2 terabyte array here. We lose 3 terabytes for RAID, so we have 9 terabytes total. We've used 650 gigabytes already, and we're still copying. So here's the homepage of the ASUS store, and you can see there's a bunch of different things you can do, and you can add apps to the ASUS store as well. Here's our hardware settings. While this stuff is copying, we can take a look at all this stuff. General settings is the ports with auto logout. We're set on DHCP. We can change this to the ASUS store. The status, power, LAN, and drive indicators that are on the front of the actual drive. You can disable all the warning buzzers, which is cool. Got an infrared receiver on it, which is also pretty awesome. And direct routing access to the NAS. There you can factory reset it. This is for transcoding, if you're using Plex, which I am not. So this thing has an HDMI port in the back. I have not hooked it up to the television yet. So I'm going to try to edit off of the NAS and see if I can. Not that I need to do that. I have enough storage, but it'd be interesting. Alright. Here's DaVinci Resolve, and here's all of our footage right here. And we go in order.
Special for
Playing no problem right off the NAS. 5K 2398. Drag the first one. Now, this is directly from the NAS.
Guys, inside this mystery box
No
right
problem.
here is something special for the channel.
Flawless. No problem at all with the video on.
Right here. This thing is requesting it to be open, so I mean we have to at least do what it says and open this package right. Thing is request.
Okay, we are back in front of the ASUS Store app, and you can see that now if we go to the system information, we have 16 gigs of RAM installed, which should help a lot on the caching. So that is going to wrap up this video, but all I wanted to do right here, right now, is also change the name. So I will have to do that in the actual app. But yeah, like I said, this is going to wrap up the video. We did put two 8GB ATEC premium memory sticks in. I'll put a link in the description to those. And we did remove the 4GB stick. And now the ASUS Store has 16 gigs of RAM. Guys, thank you so much for joining Supercar Street Racing. We hope you guys enjoyed it, and we will see you again on the next video.
Yeah, I know. That's right. I knew it already. I checked it. But
Kitty, why are you hovering next to the ranch?
because he knows what's above in that cabinet.
We're back again at Supercar Street Racing, all the way out here in Studio A today, where it's nice and cool, but it's hot outside, and today we're looking at Pixverse. Now, Pixverse reached out to Supercar Street Racing to see if we wanted to talk to you guys about this very cool AI video and image service. It's sitting right up here on the screen today. I have spent quite a bit of time using it now. I'm gonna tell you what I did, how we're gonna use this, and you're gonna see it in this actual video. Let's get it done. Let's take a look at Pixverse and how it can help you and your creativity. Back in Studio A once again with Supercar Street Racing. I'm so happy to have you guys in the studio with all the fly lighting and cool equipment we have in here. And today, Pixverse reached out to us to see if we were interested in working with them on the Pixverse AI video and image generation tool. And it's sitting right here in the background, and I have spent quite a few hours with it. I made some cool things that you're gonna see today in this actual video, and I might even switch from my traditional AI program to this. Now, as you guys know, if you watch my videos, I use AI a lot in them to add a little bit of fun to the videos and kind of as bumpers and on the opens. So I spent a lot of time working on this on camera for you guys. So the first thing we need to do is go ahead and throw it back into Studio B, where we can take a look at all the cool features of AI in Pixverse. Okay, we're here today with a new sponsor. Pixverse reached out to us and wanted us to show you their very cool, very creative website where you can do so much with AI video. So we're gonna go through the first part of this right now, and that is image or text. So let's get our prompt up here. We're gonna paste our prompt right here. So I pasted this into the prompt area, and then all we have to do now is just give it some sound. You can see I've created some stuff already. So it's in the queue now at 3%, and there is the final product. And that's kind of an idea of what the image to text can give you. All right, so the next thing we're gonna talk about here is called transition. Basically, you give it a first frame of video and you give it a last frame of video, and then you describe what happens. If you look on my screen right here, I basically took a picture of the astronaut on the moon. That was my first frame. And then my second frame was another picture of an astronaut on the moon. And then I added a prompt down here. The astronaut on the moon turns to look at the American flag, then looks back at the camera. Here's some of the cool things that it did with that nice effect there. And you can see the 2 frames here, and then you can see what the AI generated looks very awesome, where the man turns on the moon and checks out the flag, and it looks very realistic. Now this is using their version 5 up here as well, which is their newest version. So this is cool. The 2 actual pictures are right here. I used this photo, and that's all I did to do the transition thing, and it looks very cool. Okay, so now let's look at the extend feature of Pixverse. This is pretty cool. You can extend a video, and I am going to do that to one of the videos that I created already. All right, I am uploading a video that I created with another AI service. It did switch the resolution to match what we have, and we're gonna make it 8 seconds. Let's create it. It's gonna cost us 80 credits. So here's the prompt I used to create the video, and it stopped right there. Let's see what it's doing. It is done. All right, let's see what it came up with. It's supposed to extend this. A little bit of clipping there on my leg going up the ladder, and he's going up a ladder that doesn't exist now, but it did extend it. If we gave it a second shot, it would probably do better. But that's how Extend works. It took my 5-second video and made it into 8 seconds. And technically you could take something shorter than that and also make it into 5 or 8 seconds. All right, sound I have not done yet. Apparently sound allows you to add sound to any video by describing the scene. So let's do that with the same video. The sounds of rockets taking off. And that is fast on that one for sure. And here it is, let's download it. And it did work. It did put that sound in the background. That's pretty cool. You can also select to keep the original audio as well, and you can go in off-peak mode, meaning it doesn't cost you as much because you're generating in off-peak hours. So this next one will allow you to upload a video and then generate a script for it. So I'm going to do that for this video that it created. So I'm going to put this in there. This is the video that PixFirst just extended. I just typed in, the man is walking up the stairs, he's ready for a trip to the stars. And it is going to automatically pick a voice. Let's go ahead and create this.
The man is walking up the stairs, he's ready for a trip to the stars.
All right, it did
The man
work.
is walking up the stairs, he's ready for a trip to the stars.
And of course you can pick your own voice.
Hey, I'm Ethan, just
Hi, I'm Adrian, young and free.
I'm Oliver, full of energy and
I'm James, been through a lot.
I'm Liam. With time, I've gained wisdom from experience.
All right, I'm going to reproduce this with Liam.
The man is
Oh,
walking
it
up
made
the
his
stairs.
voice also.
He's ready for a trip to the stars.
All right, it did make him say it as well. All right, we're taking a look at Restyle right now. That allows you to upload a video and pick a style to change it to. For example, let's go back and upload a different video than we just worked with. I'm going to upload this video, which was created with AI. All right, I uploaded another video of a Titanic-like scene, and all you have to do after that is pick a style, or you can customize it in the style of a classic no sound movie, black and white. Let's see what it can do. All right, it is done. Let's see what it did. Okay, so that is how it decided to put this scene. Pretty cool, man. I love this. And now the last one I want to show you guys is the most important one for me. Now this is called character. This is what I use the most for my videos. This allows you to upload a character reference and then explain what the character is doing, and it will create video for you. We're going to go ahead and use that. We'll call it Brad. We did create it, so now all we have to do is grab him, Brad1 right here, and go ahead and hit create. It will cost us 80 credits. And we're going to go 1080p. All right. Not bad. I like it. Let's go ahead and put that somewhere for later. But let's see what it can come up with for Captain Jack Sparrow as me. This is actually not bad. I'm going to add sound to that later. Let's go ahead and throw that in our folder too. Perfect. So good. All right, it is done. Let's see what it came up with. Guys, that's the new open that we made with PixFirst. So we made the whole thing in PixFirst. That was pretty cool. Now let's throw it back to Brad right here again to show you where you can get PixFirst and how you can get it. All right, you guys just saw how cool PixFirst is. We went through all of the different things it can do, and we actually created some cool videos with sound, and we also used them in this actual video. So what I gotta do now is throw it back to Studio B with Brad and show you guys how you can get PixFirst, and you can get your 30-day free trial on Supercar Street Racing. Let's throw it back inside to Brad for some more PixFirst stuff. All right, guys, I wanted to quickly show you this template creation, and all you have to do a template is pick a template out of all the available ones, and then you put a photo in, and it will generate a scene for you based on what you see right here on the screen. This one right here is called Who is Arrested? And it took my picture, and I did get arrested. And so, yeah, you can take any of their templates and put your picture in it or other people's pictures in there and generate anything you want. This one's called Welcome to My House. It says a sip of red and the rich life appears. Now, also taking a look at the rankings, check out where PixFirst stands Here's your AI leaderboard here. Pics first is at number 2, image to video. And then text to video, check it out. Look at that. Pics first is also at number 3 on that. They wanted me to show you guys those rankings as well. All right, guys, we're right in front of the PC now in Studio B. And you guys just saw how we made that brand new open with the cool Pixverse AI. It was pretty cool. We made a new AI open like the old one I made in another AI program, but this time we did sound and new music and it came out great. I encourage you guys to try out Pixverse. The first 30 people will have a code down in the description. You got to get there fast though to get a code. Check the description out in Supercar Street Racing down below in this video and go ahead and get your 30-day trial for Pixverse. And guys, thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for 200,000 subscribers. We have to get out of here right now though. We have to go to dinner. Good morning, everybody. It's Saturday morning, and I spent the entire day yesterday going to get the new car. And I know you're curious exactly what I got, so I am going to walk out there right now and show you what it is. A big reveal. Dun dun dun. So there it is. I'm just kidding. That's where I pulled out the Honda. The new car is, surprise, surprise, look what's back in my garage. That is my old car. So what happened was I picked up my old SL65 again. It all worked out. So what happened was the guy who had my vehicle, he wanted to go a different direction. I also spent about 6 months looking for a car. I couldn't find anything really that I wanted or the colors that I wanted, so he made me a deal that was really sweet. I went and picked up my car yesterday in Virginia. There it is. Came back pretty much like I left it, except for one thing. He had curbed one of the wheels. Wasn't too upset about it though, because the wheel was already peeling, the chrome was peeling on it. So yesterday I did order wheels and also a lightweight brake kit. This car has very good brakes from the factory, however, they are super expensive. And a company makes an aftermarket 2-piece lighter weight kit with replaceable rings on the hats. Ordered that yesterday. Also ordered my wheels. He said that will be in a different reveal, so you'll know soon what I got. But there is the R230 SL65 back, and it's about to get worked on right now. Stay tuned for what's about to come soon. Okay. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic's hot. Okay. So leather conditioner, leather cleaner. Shake well, apply 1 to 3 lines of product on a premium microfiber. Spread evenly. Massaging the surface. Allow to penetrate. Wipe dry if desired. Reapply as needed to keep leather looking. We recommend using Chemical Guys leather first. Okay. Are we rolling? All right, we're on it now. All right, phone ring. All right, we're back. This thing can see a lot. Don't need to see the washer machine and dryer. Man, this thing's got a wide field of view. Doesn't even look like it's on me. Oh yeah, it's way on me. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the SCSR Compound Garage. And today we have a new sponsor for the channel. You can see sitting right here on top of the Model S Plaid, another tiny Model S Plaid. And then right next to it, our new sponsor, Chemical Guys. And Chemical Guys was so kind enough to send us this leather conditioner and this leather cleaner. And Chemical Guys was so kind, they sent us this leather conditioner and this leather cleaner to show you guys. We're going to show you how to use this today right here on the 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid and right behind you on the 2014 Club Car President. There are specific directions for using this stuff, and we're going to show you that today. So hang out with us on Supercar Street Racing while we detail the inside of the Model S Plaid and the golf cart. Need a preview so bad. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, guys. You can see we're out here in the garage with our Chemical Guys leather conditioner and leather cleaner. They were super nice and they sent us this to show you guys. They're trying to get the word out about their great products. So today we're going to give you guys a look at these two products right here in the SCSR garage. Now there's a certain way you need to apply these, there's a certain order and a certain way you have to do it, so we're going to show you today the correct way to do it because we're actually going to detail the inside of the Model S Plaid. Now we try to keep this car pretty clean. It barely... What? Let's deal with that. Stops all of a sudden. Stupid thing. Great. Wonderful. Now we try to keep this Model S Plaid really clean. It only has about 2,000 miles on it. And so we drive it on the weekends only and we keep it detailed and nice here. But today we're going to take it one step further. We're going to use the Chemical Guys leather conditioner on the seats. It does not need to be cleaned, but it does need to be leather conditioned every few weeks. So we're going to go ahead and show you that right now. Now you guys just saw me clean the whole inside of this Tesla Model S Plaid with the Chemical Guys leather conditioner. But we got to take this one step further because we need to show you guys how to use the leather cleaner. So what we're going to do with the leather cleaner today is we're going to turn our attention to our club car precedent over here. We're going to clean all the seats and then condition them with the leather conditioner. So one step at a time, let's get busy now with the leather cleaner on the club car precedent. Back out here in the garage, and you guys did just see us clean and condition the seats on the 2014 club car, and you can see how good they came out using the approved methods by Chemical Guys. We went ahead and cleaned all the seats first, and then we followed it up with a nice coating of the leather conditioner by applying it to our towel first, and then going ahead and rubbing it on the seats afterwards. We want to go ahead and thank the Chemical Guys for being so gracious and contributing to Supercar Street Racing. Guys, do us a big favor. We'll put links down in the description for this. Make sure that you order everything from the approved links from Supercar Street Racing. You can order anything you want from Amazon through our links, and it helps us out greatly. In this case, we might put an affiliate link for the actual supplier that gave us this. Go ahead and order it from them. It'll do them a big favor as well. And we're going to have to get out of here pretty soon, but we're going to take it into the studio first and look at this stuff online with Brad. It's hot in here. Go ahead and get pics while it's set up. are coming to you live now from inside the Tesla, and we have the chemical guys, another conditioner, right here with us to show you guys. And we want to show you how to actually use this as well while we have time. So the instructions do say take the leather conditioner and grab a nice soft towel, and then just take and put a couple of stripes, 2 or 3 stripes, directly onto the towel like this. Pick 2. Pick 2. See me in on this. Okay. Now we do have a couple of stripes right on the towel here to go ahead and start working with. And all you have to do is work it into the towel. And all you have to do is work it into the seats. And then when you're done, if you'd like to, you can actually buff it off and dry it. Or you can make, and when you're done, you can actually buff it off and dry it. And then you can do a second application if you really feel like it. Let's get out. How? Let's try to do. AC physical. Manage fan was on. That sucks. Hopefully it didn't pick up all the fan noise. I guess in case that was a bad take, we'll go ahead and record that part. All right, we're going to record that part again, just an overview of how you put it on the towel. So yeah, you just take your towel and you put about 2 or 3 stripes of this stuff right on the towel, and then you work it into the surface. We're going to go ahead and start with this Model S door panel right here. It's a lot. There's a lot on this. So I'm gonna go ahead and knock this down a little bit because I've been putting quite a bit on it. So I'm just gonna knock it into both sides here so it's not so thick. And then I'm gonna go ahead and proceed to put it directly on the door panel right there. See it going on with a nice finish there. I'm going to go ahead and get all over the door panel with this stuff, and you can already see that it's drying. Don't forget to get into the cracks. Everywhere that you would normally touch to keep it clean. And the sides too. Now, if you'd like to, you can go ahead and wipe that off as well. You can buff that right off. Just like that. And that door panel is completely done. All right, we need to reset somehow for the seats. I don't know how we're going to get this shot. Just right here. it and this light is in the shot. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Check the shot here. All right, guys, here is the front of the Model S, and we're going to go ahead and put a little bit more of the Chemical Guys leather conditioner on my rag here. I'm going to turn it over first. And this time I'm not going to put quite as much on it. I'm just going to put a couple stripes here. It comes out pretty thick, so should be good enough. And now let's go ahead and apply it to our seats, but let's put the seat forward a little bit so you guys can see it better. And we'll go ahead and start, get it worked into the towel a little bit. And go ahead and start conditioning the seats on the plaid. Overheated. You guys overheated. All right, we're on the other side of the Model S, and we're going to go ahead and put some leather cleaner. All right, we're on the other side of the Model S. We're going to go ahead and put some leather conditioner on our rag and do this other seat for you guys. We're going to go ahead and wipe it into the rag so it doesn't splotch a lot. Move the seat forward a little bit so we can get to it. And go ahead and apply the leather conditioner. Knock it out now. And then go ahead and do the bottom. You gotta work it in good in these seats with ventilation holes, or it looks splotchy. And I'm gonna buff that out. I got seat width done. I'm gonna get in so I can view the door panel because there's no dash and the center console here. Put my towel over. This time I'm going to try to do some stripes. And I'm going to go ahead and rub that into the dash. Wipe it off after. I don't have a dry enough towel for this, unfortunately. Moving on to the center console. Now I'm going to get this underneath of the dash here. Now the door panel. Lock came out my tongue. If you roll the window down, it'll keep you from getting it all over the window. But pretty obvious, but a lot of people don't do that. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Moving on to the back with the Chemical Guys leather conditioner. We're going to go ahead and do the back doors. Try not to put too much on the right, and it came out a lot already. So I'm going to just take that and kind of buff it into the rag a little bit so it's not so thick. It came out a lot that time. Like a whole lot. And this window won't roll down any more than that, so otherwise I would. All right, we are now in front of the golf cart. We're gonna go ahead and do this take. All right, we're back in front of the golf cart right now, and you guys can see we have the Chemical Brothers. I say Chemical Brothers. All right, we're back in front of the golf cart. You guys can see we have the Chemical Guys leather conditioner and the Chemical Guys leather cleaner seating so fresh here. This time though, we're gonna go ahead and clean the seats with the Chemical Guys leather conditioner, and per the instructions, you shake well, you spray the leather cleaner on a microfiber cloth, and then you wipe the leather cleaner into the surface to remove the dirt. Let's go ahead and get our microfiber cloth out, fold it up, go ahead and spray some of the leather cleaner on it, and we'll go ahead and clean this leather. Does have a little dirt coming off of it. And that's all there was to that. And we'll flip to the other side because there was some dirt on that seat. This cart is out in the garage all the time, so it is going to get dirty. All right. That is the leather cleaner for the front. Now let's go ahead and get a clean cloth. That is dirty. We'll put a few stripes of leather cleaner on it, or we'll put a few stripes of leather conditioner on the cloth. And then we'll go ahead and condition these seats. And you can see it soaking into the leather already. Flip the towel over. Put a few more in it. And the top seat is done. Let's move down to the bottom seat. Flip the towel over again. Not put way too much on that. That would be enough for the front and the back. Put some of this on this other towel for the back. Let's go ahead and do the bottom seat. All right. The front of the golf cart is finished. Let's do the back now. All right, we're back at the rear of the golf cart, and we are going to start with the leather cleaner. Let's go ahead and spray some on our rag here and wipe down this top seat. Be careful of the tiny Tesla. And that is clean, that just needs to dry. I'm going to flip my rag over and do the same to the bottom. That will get all the grease and contaminant off the seat and clean it and get it ready to be conditioned. Top's already drying, bottom is done, and this rag is also done. The top is dry. I've already got some leather conditioner on my towel. I'm going to go ahead and rub that into the seat at the top. You can see that's plenty. I had much on my rag, and I'm just going to let that dry however it wants to dry. And then I'm going to flip my rag over, put a little bit more on the back. Hopefully not a lot this time. And go ahead and rub the bottom seat as well. You can see that it takes all of 2 seconds to do the seats. Let me scroll quick. And now the bottom seat is done, and if you want to, you can grab a dry rag and wipe off the excess. If you feel like it. If not, you can let it dry naturally, but you can buff it out like this. And that is that. I'll do another out. Do another outro. Above the chemical guys cleaner. All right, guys, you just saw us go ahead and condition the. Take two. All right, guys, you just saw us go ahead and condition the seats on the Model S Plaid. And then we came over to the 2014 Club Car Precedent. We cleaned the seats with the Chemical Brothers. I want to say Chemical Brothers all the time. We cleaned the seats with the Chemical Guys leather cleaner, and then we proceeded to go ahead and condition them with the leather conditioner. If you want to pick up this product, it's going to be down in the description. Go ahead and check it out there. If you want to check out this product, it's going to be down in the description. Go ahead and check it out there. But for now, let's throw it over to the Supercar Street Racing 4K studio and see what Brad has to say about this product. Why was I looking at the light the whole time? I'm going to do that over. I was looking at the light, at the camera. I'm stupid. All right, guys, you just saw we went ahead and conditioned the seats in the 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid. And then we came over to our 2014 Club Car Precedent, went ahead and then we came over to our 2014 Club Car Precedent. We went ahead and cleaned the seats with the leather cleaner and then proceeded to condition them with this leather conditioner. Go ahead and check out the Chemical Guys. Go ahead and check out the Chemical Guys products down in the description and pick yourself up some. Now let's throw it over to the 4K production studio with Brad and see how you can get this stuff online. Perfect. Motor. It's hot. It's hot. And everything keeps overheating. Alexa, turn off. Never mind. filter was so clogged on my vacuum cleaner.
likes to fire up the studio.
Hey guys, the channel, and today on Supercar Street Racing we have this 2015 Honda Pilot. It's actually my neighbor Dawn's. I'm going to help her out and do the brakes on it, front brakes, just pads, and we're going to document that for you guys while we do it today on Supercar Street Racing. Alright, welcome back guys to Supercar Street Racing, and the first thing we need to do is get this thing up in the air after we loosen the lug nuts. I'm going to see if I have a socket for this and use my socket wrench for it, my automatic socket gun, whatever it's called. So let's do that now. Let's go find it. Oh, wheel locks. No joke, it took me about 45 minutes to get the glove box open. It was completely stuck. So I have the wheel lock now, and we can work. And take the bottom bolt out of the caliper here and try to spin the caliper up, get the pads out. right, so we got the brake pads in, and now we need to compress the caliper. So we'll just use this C-clamp to do that. Okay, we got the lubricant on the brake pads and on the clips here. So I removed them to get that done. And then they go right back in. Hopefully this is compressed enough. This should slide right back over. I got the caliper bolts back on, and that side is done. We're moving on to the other side. right, guys, we are inside the 2015 Pilot. And of course, once you get in, the brake pad will be a little bit soft until you pump the brakes. And then we're about to go for a test drive. We'll give it a few stops here. Made one clicking sound the first time I put the brakes on, but it feels fine. So I would say that was a success for Dawn, who is a really cool person and wanted to help her out. So figured I'd do her brakes for her. Now I'm gonna vacuum out her car as well and wipe it down, so she gets a nice clean car. And so let's get this thing back to the house and get it vacuumed. What do you think, guys? Do something nice for Dawn. Maybe she'll have a good night. She's hungover because we did tequila shots last night, all night. So let's get this thing in here and get it vacuumed out. But first, let's clean up a little bit. AC feels good.
All right, so we're diving into a really fascinating topic today.
Yeah.
You've sent over a bunch of material about people who've not just faced some pretty major challenges, but who've actually come out even stronger on the other side.
Yeah.
We've got listicles, we've got in-depth articles, even some personal stories in here.
It's a really interesting mix.
It is.
Yeah.
And it seems like you're interested in going beyond just a surface level understanding of, what resilience is.
Definitely.
You want to get into what makes these people tick.
Exactly.
Like, what were the exact hurdles they had to overcome, and how did they manage to not just cope, but really achieve some pretty incredible things?
Well, to me, what's fascinating is how a lot of these stories really kind of make you question.
Yeah.
If adversity can actually be a catalyst for growth.
Oh, that's interesting.
It's not just about bouncing back. It's about using those tough experiences to fuel something even greater.
So it's almost like resilience isn't just about getting back to normal. It's about reaching a whole new level because of what you've gone through.
Yeah, and I think that's what's so inspiring about these stories.
Totally.
Yeah.
Let's start with some of the physical challenges, because I'm already feeling pumped just thinking about these stories.
All right, well, one that always comes to mind is Nick Vujicic.
Oh, yeah.
Born without limbs.
Wow.
You'd think just everyday life would be a challenge enough, right?
Right.
But this guy surfs, swims, plays golf.
No way.
And on top of all that, he's a world-famous motivational speaker.
That is incredible. It really makes you think about what limitations even are.
Right.
Is it really about what our bodies can or can't do, or is it more about our mindset?
Well, Bethany Hamilton's story really kind of highlights that mindset aspect, I think.
Okay. Yeah.
Losing an arm to a shark attack at 13
Oh my gosh.
would make most people pretty hesitant to even get back in the water.
For sure.
But she was back on her surfboard within weeks,
Really?
went pro,
Yeah.
and now she's an advocate for shark conservation.
Wow, there's something so powerful about that,
It is.
Not letting something so traumatic completely define you.
Absolutely.
She could have just let that experience hold her back, but instead she turned it into fuel for this whole new chapter in her life.
It's amazing.
It really is. It makes you wonder if that kind of trauma can actually trigger what psychologists call post-traumatic growth.
It's a real phenomenon, and you see it in a lot of these stories.
Oh, interesting.
Wilma Rudolph, for example, she contracted polio as a child
Oh,
and had to wear a leg brace.
I didn't know that.
But she went on to win 3 Olympic gold medals.
You're kidding.
That's not just bouncing back. That's exceeding expectations that most people wouldn't even dream of setting for themselves.
That's true. It makes you think about the role of perseverance in all this. Is it something you're born with, or can it be developed through facing these kinds of challenges? Like, was Wilma just incredibly determined from the get-go, or did overcoming polio actually forge that determination in her?
It's a good question. I'd argue that adversity often reveals hidden strengths that we might not even know we have.
Okay, yeah.
Take Scotty Smiley, for example. He became the first blind active duty officer in the U.S. Army.
Wow.
After losing his sight in Iraq.
That's incredible.
It's not just physical adaptation, it's a complete mental and emotional transformation.
How do you even begin to process that kind of loss and find the strength to keep going? I mean,
it's hard to imagine.
Did he rely on any specific techniques, or was it more about sheer willpower?
Well, he talks a lot about asking the right questions, reframing his situation.
Oh.
Focusing on what he could still control. It's fascinating how the human mind can adapt, even to the most extreme circumstances. And sometimes even a temporary change can have a pretty profound impact.
Oh, you're thinking of Bertie LaRue, right?
Exactly.
The horse riding accident that left him temporarily blind. And his blindness wasn't permanent.
Right.
But it completely shifted his perspective.
It really did.
Yeah.
He went from taking his sight for granted to truly appreciating the beauty of the world around him.
Makes you wonder how much we miss when we're not really paying attention. And if maybe a shock to the system can actually help us see things more clearly.
That's an interesting thought.
It seems like so many of these physical challenges force people to really confront their limitations, reevaluate their priorities, and ultimately discover a whole new sense of purpose.
I think you're right.
But what about the people who faced challenges that were more social or societal? I mean, those hurdles aren't always as visible, but they can be just as daunting to overcome, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's almost like facing those societal barriers requires a different kind of resilience altogether.
Oh, absolutely.
It's not just about adapting physically, it's about navigating systems and challenging those really deeply ingrained expectations.
Yeah, and sometimes it's about fighting for your right to even exist in those spaces.
That's a good point.
Malala Yousafzai's story is a powerful example of that.
Oh, definitely.
Advocating for girls' education should be a basic human right.
It should.
But she was shot by the Taliban.
It's unbelievable.
Simply for speaking up.
Her story is a stark reminder that knowledge can be a threat to those in power.
It is.
It makes you really question those structures that try to limit access to education, especially for girls.
Yeah, and then you have someone like Nelson Mandela.
Oh, wow.
Who spent 27 years in prison.
I can't even imagine.
For fighting against apartheid in South Africa.
27 years.
It's hard to fathom the kind of resilience it takes.
It is.
To not only endure that kind of injustice.
Right.
But to emerge as a leader who promotes forgiveness and reconciliation.
That's what I find so remarkable about his story,
Yeah.
He didn't let that experience make him bitter.
He didn't.
It feels like he actually transcended the anger and the hatred.
It does.
And that's what allowed him to lead such a powerful movement for change.
It's incredible. It speaks to a level of emotional intelligence that's just off the charts.
Yeah, for sure. It makes you wonder if prison broke him or if it forced him to confront his own humanity in a way that ultimately made him stronger.
It's a fascinating question, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's a reminder that even in the darkest of places, there's still that possibility for growth.
I agree.
And sometimes those incredibly difficult experiences can give birth to something truly extraordinary.
We see that in J.K. Rowling's story, too.
Oh, absolutely.
Going from a struggling single mother on welfare to creating this global phenomenon that is Harry Potter.
It's an amazing journey.
It is. It really challenged that idea that creativity can only flourish, in comfort and stability.
Right.
She faced financial hardship, single parenthood, countless rejections from publishers.
Wow.
Yet she persevered. And it seems like her own struggles infused her writing with this depth and relatability that really resonated with millions of readers.
There's this idea that art often emerges from pain. And her story definitely seems to support that. It's almost like she channeled her own experiences of overcoming adversity into the characters and the storylines.
Yeah.
Creating this world where even in the face of darkness, there's always hope.
I think that's part of why it's resonated with so many people.
Yeah, and it's not just about the creative output either.
Right.
It's about the impact her success has had on so many readers.
Absolutely.
Particularly young people who saw themselves reflected in her characters.
It's a powerful reminder that our stories
Yeah.
have this ability to empower others, even when we might not realize it.
Speaking of empowering others, Oprah Winfrey's story is incredible.
Oh, it is.
I mean, going from a childhood marked by poverty, abuse, and neglect
A lot.
to becoming a media mogul and philanthropist.
It's amazing.
It's truly remarkable. What stands out to me is how she used her platform to amplify the voices of others.
Yes.
Especially those who had been marginalized or silenced.
She really did.
Yeah.
It's like she took her own experiences of being overlooked and unheard.
Right.
And turned that into this driving force.
Wow.
For creating space for other people's stories.
That's a really insightful observation.
Thanks.
It's not just about achieving success for yourself. It's about using that success to lift others up. It's almost like a ripple effect where one person's resilience can spark this wave of positive change that impacts so many others.
A chain reaction.
And sometimes those ripples start in the most unexpected places.
They do.
Like take Dana, for example. She's this young girl in Kenya who contracted HIV after being raped.
It's a heartbreaking story.
It really is. But it also highlights the incredible resilience of the human spirit.
Yeah, especially when you consider that she found support and purpose through the Dreams program.
It shows how important community and access to resources really are for overcoming trauma.
Absolutely.
And finding your voice.
It's a good reminder that we're not meant to go through these challenges alone.
That's so true.
And sometimes the most powerful act of resilience is simply reaching out for help and allowing ourselves to be supported.
So we've seen examples of resilience in the face of physical challenges and societal barriers.
Yeah.
But what about those internal battles?
Oh, yeah.
The inner demons, as they say.
Right.
That can sometimes be the hardest to overcome.
That's where we get into the realm of mental and emotional resilience.
Okay.
And one of the most prominent examples of that is Jim Carrey.
Oh, yeah.
He achieved comedic superstardom.
He did.
But he's also been very open about his struggles with depression.
It challenges that assumption that success automatically equals happiness.
It really does.
And it highlights how important mental health awareness is.
Yeah.
Especially for those who might appear to have it all on the surface.
You never know what someone's going through.
You really don't. His willingness to be vulnerable about his struggles has helped to destigmatize mental health issues.
Oh, for sure.
And that's huge.
It is.
It shows that even those who seem to have it all figured out still face these internal battles.
Right.
And that seeking help is a sign of strength, not weakness.
It's not giving up. It's taking care of yourself.
Exactly. It's like acknowledging those inner demons.
Right.
It takes a certain level of self-awareness and courage.
I think you're right.
And sometimes confronting those demons can actually lead to a deeper sense of purpose.
Oh, absolutely.
Like take James, for example.
Okay.
He went from addiction and homelessness to becoming a counselor helping others with substance abuse.
Wow, that's amazing. It's a beautiful example of turning pain into purpose.
It is.
He took those incredibly challenging experiences and used them as fuel for his passion.
It's powerful.
It is. It's a powerful reminder that our greatest weaknesses can often become our greatest strengths.
But how do these individuals actually make that shift?
Yeah.
What are those common threads, the mindsets, the strategies that allow them to not just survive, but thrive?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it?
It is.
And while there's no one-size-fits-all answer,
right.
I think we can definitely see some recurring themes here.
Yeah, it feels like we've been talking about this idea of post-traumatic growth quite a bit.
We have.
It's not just about bouncing back to where you were before the challenge. It's about actually using that experience to kind of propel yourself forward in a new way.
It's a fascinating concept, isn't it?
It is.
That something so inherently negative as adversity can actually become this catalyst for such profound personal transformation.
Yeah.
You know, I always think of it like kintsugi.
Okay.
It's the Japanese art of repairing broken pottery with gold.
Oh, yeah, I've heard that.
So the cracks and the imperfections actually become part of the object's history. You know, they make it even more beautiful and valuable.
I love that analogy because it's like those scars are proof of the object's strength and resilience.
Exactly. And it seems like that's a common thread we see with a lot of these individuals.
It does.
They don't try to hide their struggles. They actually embrace them.
Right.
You know, those experiences become part of their identity, a source of wisdom.
Right.
And often a driving force for helping others.
And that's where I think the real power of resilience lies.
I agree.
It's not just about individual strength, it's about the ripple effect it creates.
Exactly.
These people don't just overcome their own challenges. They use those experiences to inspire and empower others.
It's true. Their stories give us permission to believe in our own capacity for resilience, you know, even when we're facing these seemingly insurmountable obstacles.
It's like they're showing us it can be done.
Yeah.
But how do we do it? I mean, is this something we can actually cultivate? Can we train ourselves to be more resilient?
Well, based on what we've seen in these stories, I'd say it starts with awareness.
Okay.
Acknowledging that adversity is an inevitable part of life.
Right.
That setbacks are going to happen, and that challenges, while they're difficult, can also be opportunities for growth.
So it's not about avoiding challenges altogether.
No.
It's about shifting our perspective to see them as potential opportunities.
Yeah. It's about moving from fear and avoidance to curiosity and willingness to learn from those tough experiences.
It's easier said than done, though.
Oh, it is.
I think that's the thing.
It's practice.
Like, how do we actually make that mental shift?
Well, I think a good starting point is to reflect on our own experiences.
Oh, okay.
Think about a time when you faced a challenge, big or small.
Uh-huh.
How did you handle it?
Right.
What did you learn from it? What strengths did you discover within yourself?
So instead of focusing on what went wrong, we can try to focus on what went right.
Right. What if we celebrated those small victories?
Yeah.
And used them as fuel to keep going?
That's a good point. And another thing that seems to help is seeking inspiration from others.
Absolutely.
Hearing stories like the ones we've talked about today reminds us that we're not alone, you know?
It does.
That other people have overcome incredible odds and that we have that potential for resilience within us too.
It's like those stories become a roadmap, showing us that it's possible to not just survive, but thrive in the face of adversity.
And it's not about waiting for some major life crisis to test our resilience.
Right.
It's about building that capacity day by day through those small acts of courage and perseverance and self-compassion.
Exactly. The more we practice, the stronger that resilience muscle becomes.
So as we build our own resilience, we become better equipped to handle our own challenges.
Of course.
But we also become a source of strength for others.
That's right. It's like that saying, a rising tide lifts all boats.
I like that.
You know, when we invest in our own resilience, we're also contributing to a more resilient community, a more resilient world.
It's been a really eye-opening journey exploring these stories, and I think you've given us a lot to think about.
I'm glad to hear that.
You know, as we each face our own challenges, big or small, let's remember the lessons we've learned from these incredible individuals.
I agree.
Let's embrace the power of resilience, not just in ourselves, but in our communities.
Because ultimately, it's not just about surviving, it's about thriving.
Well said. And who knows, maybe someday our own stories of overcoming will inspire others to find their strength and resilience too.
I hope so.
Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing today. And I've got my elderberry and Anasia tea here. And my Smith & Wesson knife here. Which means I'm stuck right in the middle of confusion on my mood today when I open this product. Guys, Supercar Street Racing here with Brad. I've got my delicious, I'm addicted to tea, so I have my tea here. And right behind my awesome tea, we see this box from Walmart, and we are going to be using this lovely Smith & Wesson knife to enjoy opening this cardboard condom on this Walmart box so that we can take a look into what's inside. This came from Walmart.com, free shipping. And I think it was $11 a piece. Very controversial product, and I will tell you why, and why I'm stuck with these for now while I'm researching. But inside of this box, we have a bunch of protection, which we can get some enjoyment out of popping. Satisfaction, guaranteed. And then we have these mainstays, 35 count LED Edison string lights. These are the Walmart brand mainstays. And there is a lot of controversy over these lights because they have incredibly bad reviews online. And I am going to look into that with you shortly. But inside of this box, you can see here, we have 3 of these. Each one of these is 31 feet long. They are LED, and they ran me $11 a piece. They have been as cheap as $8 each, but they, of course, have gone up just like everything else. Wow, this tea is absolutely fantastic. Love it. It's like Pukka tea, P-U-K-K-A, just awesome. And it was buy one, get one free. I should have bought a bunch of them. Didn't even think about it. So yeah, so the mainstays. I have 3 boxes here. The reason I have 3 boxes is because these things fail monumentally all the time, and I am stuck with them until I can find a better replacement. Because if you start replacing one on the string, they don't match all the other ones. So for now, we have 3 of these Edison things, which we will unbox one and take a look inside the box and see what is in there and how it is packaged. Okay, when you open the box, you see that this is a confusion of tangleness. That looks like a 5-year-old packaged, and it is super fun to untangle because they literally just throw it all in the box like that, and that is what you're left with. So all the lights are just in this cardboard thing, and if you just kind of take this part out and then unthread these parts out of the cardboard, it tends to work out. And maybe if you're lucky, a few little bulbs fall off here and there. But yeah, that is the inside of the packaging on the mainstays 35 count Edison string light bulb. And now we will take a look online and see why these are so unpopular. Alright guys, we are in front of the Supercar Street Racing editing rig now with you, and we are broadcasting on our brand new HyperX mic here, hoping that the audio is sounding good. There's a little bit of an echo in this room, so you might hear that on the microphone because it's quite sensitive. But right in front of us here, we have the mainstays 35 count LED Edison bulb outdoor string lights for you to check out. Now these guys are $11.72, and here's a look at the picture, and they are warm white. So if you were wondering, a lot of people ask that question online, and yes, they are warm white. They actually look pretty good. The dome things, the little globe things right there, are plastic. They are not glass. They just got a standard little candle-looking LED bulb inside. And here's how they kind of look strung across your fence there. Pretty easy to set up and string. They are kind of tangled when you get them though. And as it says down here, it says that they have a black wire. They have 35 warm, steady burning lights. Says they're 20% brighter than whatever was before and flicker free. They definitely don't flicker. And it says it has a rectifier plug. Not sure what that is or means, but you can connect a bunch of sets of these together. I have about 10 sets connected together outside on the fence, which I'll show you later. Once it gets dark, we're actually going to go outside and we're going to show you why these things have such a bad review on Walmart.com. But they are the cheapest possible lights for this length, and so let's get into that in a minute. It says that they'll last forever, which they're definitely lying. It says that maximum 216 watts or 1.8 amps, and that would be, I guess, with all the lights connected together. And then it says 30 maximum, and they do put out a 2700 Kelvin color temperature, which is towards the warm side. When you get up to the 5000, you're in the more blue side, and 6000-ish is getting towards the white side. So it's perfect for outdoor use, but I will tell you now that these things will not last very long. They are disposable, just like I wrote in my review, which I will show you. And that's about it as far as the actual description of the product. Let me get some more of my delicious tea here. If you go look around for other brands and other in the same length, you will see the price even triple, but they might be worth it because these guys do not last very long. Let's go into the reviews here because these guys have a 3.4 review. Look right here, 3.4 out of 400 reviews. Very, very poor. Now they will let you return them, so you should keep a box handy because you will be returning these within 90 days. I've not done it, but my plan this time is to return these if they fail. Tea is so yummy. I know I already said that 100 times, but hey, it's good stuff. Taking a look at the reviews here, let's look at some of the good reviews first. Got some 5-star reviews here. Lights up the nightlife. Plastic versus glass. I love these so much, couldn't put them outside. And bright. Cord is long. Wish the light was a little more yellow. They're pretty warm. They're not cool. They're definitely not 5000K. They're in the 3000-ish range. A lot of good reviews, but let's step down to the 2-star reviews now. Lights going out already, lasted a couple of weeks. Well, that's why you have returns, which I've never used. I haven't been smart enough to do that, but I'm about to start now because I'm going to return some of these because I have failed ones already that I bought. Another 2-star review. These don't even last 1 month. Defective, did not last. Lights went out after 2 weeks. Cute lights, but not the best quality. Do not last. Short-term use only. Not happy. Don't let it rain on them. That is true. Not weatherproof. Also true. Let's go down to the 1 stars. All 3 of these are going back, by the way. I will show you why when we step outside later into the backyard. Stop working after 1 week. Good until it rains a few times, and then the lights go off. You get what you pay for. Terrible quality. Half the lights stopped working in 2 days after we got them. You get what you pay for. Cute, but not waterproof. Now, you notice the seller has not responded to any of these because they do not care about this because they are selling them. A lot of them. Here is my review. Look at this. Somebody gave me a thumbs down. Well, thanks for the thumbs down, buddy. I call these disposable lights. Buy a warranty. The lights will last anywhere from a day to a month and then die. Always get a protection plan if you can. Think of them as costing 5 times as much because they die immediately, either several bulbs or all the bulbs. And you can thumbs down me all you want, but that is the absolute truth, and I don't know why you would thumbs down a true review. Bite me. Anyway, more tea. I purchased 12 of these, and within 3 weeks of purchase, all 12 did not work. Every one went little by little until 3 weeks. And there is page after page of these. There's 8 pages of 1-star reviews. When you get to the last pages, they don't say anything. They just give a 1 star. But within reigning 2 days, mine's should not have an S, but mine aren't working at all. I bought 2 of them, and less than a month are damaged. These lights cast a nice soft light. Bought 3 sets for outdoors in less than a month. 10 lights out of 1 strand, 5 lights out of another, and 1 strand dim to useless. Now what you will see will happen actually is bulbs will start failing on the actual string. It comes with extra bulbs. I've tried to replace the bulbs. It doesn't work. They just don't come back on. It doesn't restore the whole string. Or even the bulb that you replace. Sometimes you can replace all the bulbs and they still don't work. This thing says utter trash, garbage. So you get the point here. They have gone up in price, and they were $8 at one point, where I bought like 15 sets and have used them all because I had to put a bunch out there for the beginning. And so when I see you guys next, we will go ahead and go outside and start the process of replacing the ones that I need to replace and starting a return on these guys. This return policy can be returned to the store or by mail. Items picked up and delivered from a store can only be returned to a store, but we can return online items in a store for free, and that's what we will do. We will get Rich to bring us and get our money back for these. And next we'll go outside to the yard. All right, we are out in the backyard now, and we are going to walk the property and take a look at the state of these lights, which I have not done in a while. And over here we see we have a bulb out there, which maybe we can replace. There's one out there. These come with spare bulbs, supposedly. We'll see what's in the package. There's one out there, there. That's already what, 5, 6, there, 7. And this entire string is out. So first things first, we'll replace this string that's out. So let's get moving with that. Okay, I just got done doing bulb replacements on as many as I could. It looks like I'm gonna have to replace a whole section over there. That's bad because I tried 3 different bulbs and they would not work. Now I'm gonna package all these up here and get them returned to Walmart. Today we are starting on the garage door project, and the first step of this is we have to have power run over to the new garage door opener area before Monday. So we're going to go ahead and do that now on Supercar Street Racing. And here's the parts we're going to use. All we're basically going to do today is start off by prepping these parts. are back in the SCSR kitchen now with the receptacle for the new jack shaft garage door opener. Now, as you can see, yesterday we did get the receptacle and the cover plate painted black. It does have a little tiny little white spot, no big deal. You won't be able to see that. But these are going up on the ceiling where we cut the hole yesterday and got super lucky, and we're like a billionth of a millimeter from the joist up in the ceiling. So first things first, all we have to do right here and right now is to get this pre-wired. And so to do that, we're going to go ahead and open up the back of the receptacle, whatever this is called, the wall box. And this is a type that screws in from like that, and then the tab goes around and holds it to the drywall. It's for just cutting a hole in the drywall. And now we just simply feed our brand new Romex wire. We got 25 feet of 14/2, which is 14 gauge Romex. We feed it right through the box like that, and the rest of which will go in the ceiling before we seal the hole up with the receptacle box. But first, we need to pre-wire this receptacle. Remember, when you do these receptacles, the white wire, the neutral wire, always goes to the left. You see the larger of the two slots on this receptacle, the neutral wire goes to the left when you're facing the receptacle. And now we need a razor knife, which I will go get. Take this Romex wire and strip off enough. Strip off the Romex, strip the paper off the ground. Ground wire is the bare copper wire. Take your scissors. Now let's see if our wire strippers still work. These have been giving me fits lately, probably because I don't know how to operate them. Okay, we got our wire strip back, and we are going to use the back, the quick connector, where you just push through the back of the receptacle. And don't forget, white goes to the left, so white would be this side. So you either use the top or the bottom. You don't use one of each. So the top, left side here, you just push the wire in and it locks in place. Same with the black wire, push the wire in and it'll lock, supposedly. Oh, wrong hole. That's what she said.
That's what she said.
All right, that is in there. And it doesn't look like I stripped back the ground enough, but we'll make it work. Now remember, when you are doing your ground, any screw actually, when you make your loop, if you're gonna do the screw, your loop always goes in the direction to tighten the screw. You put the loop in like this, the direction of the tighten. Does that make sense? All right, we have successfully finished the first part of getting our new garage door and garage door opener installed. This is the new Chamberlain RJ101, I believe is the model number, jack shaft opener. Hopefully it's better than this piece of junk up here, which every day or two disconnects from Wi-Fi, and it's almost impossible to get it reconnected. It is the biggest hunk. It will not go into Wi-Fi setup mode no matter what. I have to play with it for 10 or 15 minutes to get it to reconnect to Wi-Fi. And then over here, we did install this electrical outlet and tested it, and it does work. That will be for the opener that will go right here on the wall, and they will just run the plug directly up to the ceiling right there. The garage door will be here on Monday. It is an Amar Vista garage door to replace this. It has frosted glass, and then they will also install the opener for me. And all this up here will go away. All right, welcome back to the channel. We are currently out here in the garage waiting for the garage door to be delivered, and they said they are about 10 or 15 minutes away. So we are just gonna set up the camera and put video up of them installing the garage door and this jack shaft opener here. So let's do this. All right, guys, we're back in the Supercar Street Racing garage, and you can see right here and right now, the garage door company just left and installed the Amar Vista garage door into the garage and the jack shaft opener. And you can see that up here, it eliminated all of this track. And all we have to do now is just shorten this cord from my extension right here and paint that ceiling black. And then over here on the side, you can see they did install the jack shaft opener where I put the power, and you can see it right there, and it looks so good. And you can see it right there. It looks so different, and it is a Chamberlain jack shaft opener. I had no problems with it like I've had with this garage door opener up above. It joined straight to Wi-Fi and was fine. I just have to tie up the wiring right there. And if you see right here and right now, This garage door looks awesome. Let's take it outside now where we can see the outside. All right, we are outside Supercar Street Racing compound, and you can see the AMAR Vista garage door installed from the outside with the frosted glass. And of course you cannot see through this, but it is letting some light through, and you can see the hexagon lights here looking so fly and so fresh. And the sprinklers are going off, and I did tie the sprinklers into the city water so that it would not ruin my pavers with the rust. But stepping back, the house looks absolutely cool now with the new driveway and the new AMAR garage door with frosted glass. It's a Vista. I'll put a link in the description to this right now, but I'll step back here now. That is how the house looks from the street now. And you can see all of the fun things that we have done, wrapping up to be a pretty cool looking place. And walking back up right here and right now, we did the mailbox, the tree delete, new sod, tied the sprinklers in, redid all the sprinklers for the new setup. And now all we have to do is finish our gardens, edging, and same thing over here. Gonna re-edge this. And that should do it. And oh, also the new lounge area right here looking fly as heck. Guys, I just wanted to make one final video here of the outside of the house. And you can see right here that we have the house lights set on light blue. And we have the garage lights set on red, and this is what it looks like from the street. And we can change the internal colors of the garage as well, but this is what it looks like from the street the way it is right now. It looks insane and just a crazy cool looking exterior now. A million times improvement over what it was before. And I hope that you guys like this video, and if you're interested in any of this stuff, drop me a comment or an email, supercarstreetracing@gmail.com, and I can talk to you guys about how I did it. One more video here of the light blue, and this looks insane. Level 1000, guys. I love it. This thing does 8K video. Whoa. What?
Oh, so where you scrolling out of the attic? I thought we was going in there. Got him! Got him! Oh! Whoa! Whoa!
We got this Kingston HyperX microphone. We got this brand new webcam. We got the microphone and the webcam and the peel satisfaction. Let's go. Hey guys, welcome to the first of what will be a few podcasts here. We want to talk about a little bit about what happened yesterday, yesterday and the day before, and I'm sure you know about what happened. So basically, CrowdStrike caused a massive outage in the IT world, and it was worldwide, and it affected a lot of businesses. First of all, sorry about the AC. It's probably loud, but It's very hot in here. I'll turn the fan speed down. But it's very hot in here. And so we will have some background noise. Yeah, so basically there was an outage yesterday related to CrowdStrike. And what that meant is that, and I knew some people that were personally involved in not only it happening to them, but also in the fixing of this crazy thing that happened. Basically, computers, servers, devices are always patched to mitigate security risks. I'm an IT security professional, so that's part of my job, is understanding mitigating risks. And part of that is when a vulnerability is found in software or hardware, even in Internet of Things, things like your thermostat or, you know, anything that is controlled remotely through the internet, maybe your pool pump or things like that. When there's vulnerabilities located, companies will do their best to patch that immediately and mitigate that vulnerability. So what happened was anybody who was a CrowdStrike customer, CrowdStrike released an update to their software, and basically that broke the planet. Why? Let's talk about why that happened and how it could have been avoided. When a patch is released to the public, it is supposed to be tested first by a certain amount of people and released through change control so that these things don't happen. Now, you can't always guarantee that that's going to make everything right, but this was so huge that you would think that this was tested by at least enough people that you would know pretty quickly that there was a major problem with this update. Now, a lot of people, this happened overnight, I believe Thursday night. A lot of people went to bed and got up with this. Your PC ran into a problem and needs to restart. So it would ask you to restart the computer. Then it would go into your PC did not start properly. What do you want to do? You have choices of fixing it, basically trying to automatically fix it. You can go to a command prompt. You can do startup tools. There's a lot of things you can do from that menu. Now, before we talk about that part, let's talk about another thing. These computers, a lot of them nowadays, have trusted platform modules installed, and basically what that means is that there is a lock on the computer that prevents you from booting if something is changed in the computer that wasn't authorized. At the top of trying to do anything like that, you have the problem of you just can't go into safe mode. You can't go into a command prompt because the computer won't allow you to without the key. And this program is called BitLocker, and a lot of places use this, or in other programs that keep the computer from being booted up without a code if something changes or if there's a problem. So a lot of the people that were affected yesterday could not fix what we're going to talk about next, which is how could this possibly have been fixed? This is one of those chicken and egg scenarios that almost was way worse than it was. Someone figured out at some point that this was CrowdStrike causing this outage. Then they had to figure out what was causing it. Meanwhile, people wake up to this and they can't work. Now, if you were lucky enough to have a company that had a Citrix environment and it wasn't infected or affected by this, you could still work because you could use your Citrix desktop and get into the network. That's a second way in for a lot of people. The first way in is through your laptop, desktop with VPN. The second way is through VDI like Citrix. So luckily a lot of people had VDI and could get in at least enough to try to start helping people and figure out and tell people what actually was happening, besides texting on the phone and saying, hey, why do I have this, this blue screen on my computer? So basically the fix was this. There was a driver update made by CrowdStrike, and it was I think it was a .dat file that it updated, and I'm looking for it. I have it somewhere. So they installed new drivers, and that's what did it. It broke a lot of people. And I thought I had the oh, okay, yeah. So basically, there was a file. It was actually a .sys file, a driver file. And it was located in the Windows System 32 drivers directory. So on your C drive, it would be Windows / System 32 / drivers / CrowdStrike. And then inside that folder, there was a file that ended with a 290 that had the number 291 in it. One single file did this, and it had to be deleted. Now, manually, by every single person that this affected, everywhere. That's how it was deleted. Think about the fact that when you're not in Windows yet, you're not able to be remoted into. The only way you could ever get help with this would be like FaceTime or like Messenger video or whatever, because you're not in Windows yet, so nobody can remote in and delete it. And then also think about the fact that a lot of these people aren't IT professionals, so they don't understand how to navigate in a directory. You have to manually navigate. Now this is Windows 11. It affected Windows 10 differently. You have to open the command prompt, but to do that, you had to have a BitLocker key first, which had to be done by your IT pros. They had to give you the key when you feed them a code. And then you go to secure command prompt from the blue fix stuff. And then you navigate to Windows System 32 drivers, CrowdStrike, and delete one file, and your laptop boots up fine. For thousands of people. How many employees do big companies have? 15, 20,000 employees had to do this yesterday. The fix didn't get out to a lot of people until well after 9 a.m. yesterday. It wasn't available. Nobody had it yet. So it was just on the news, but nobody understood yet quite what was doing it. So this cost the world a lot of money yesterday. So I expect there to be some kind of fallout from this with CrowdStrike and or Microsoft. Now, don't get it twisted. This wasn't a Microsoft outage. It was a CrowdStrike related outage. And that's why you'll see Microsoft on a lot of the news articles and on the videos. But just remember, this was a CrowdStrike driver that pulled down, half the planet Earth. And it not only did it affect PCs, laptops for businesses, it also affected applications and servers. So if it was patched and it had CrowdStrike, it was definitely a problem. Now this patching happens every day. It's not anything new, and this can happen anytime a patch is applied. But the patches are necessary. Sometimes you can test them, sometimes you can't. Sometimes you don't have time to, but most of the time the patches are rolled out to the enterprise when they're released because of security concerns. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of take, a little bit of time to talk about what happened here with CrowdStrike on Friday morning. And of course, at worst possible time you could have it happen on a Friday morning to half the country. But I kind of enjoy talking about these things, so I'll probably do these more. I'd like to do it with 2 people. I have room for 2 people right here to sit and be on camera and talk. So maybe we can get a guest in here next time. But that's kind of what happened to Planet Earth on Friday morning. CrowdStrike took down a lot of businesses were affected. And so guys, thanks so much for watching. I'm gonna get editing on the next video, but I really appreciate you guys tuning in for the first podcast here. It's a short one because there's not a lot to talk about yet. When we know the fallout, we can do another podcast here and talk about what happened to CrowdStrike and what is going to happen to them as a company in the future. Their stock's already taken a big hit, of course. So let's see what happens. We'll see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing. Later. Yo, I'm cutting holes for my speakers. My freaking air purifier goes insane. It's in turbo mode, dog. What is it doing? It doesn't like. It don't like this. It doesn't like. Welcome back to the channel, and we are here in the Supercar Street Racing office with another On shoe to look at. And you guys know I love these On shoes, and today we have the On Cloud Flyer in Glacier and Flame to check out, so let's get going. Welcome back, guys, and we are here in the SCSR office with these On Cloud Flyers in the color Glacier and Flame, and I'm so hyped to check these out. I have not opened them yet. My friend did. She said she didn't like them, but I like them, I'm sure, because I like that color. So the color for the Flame is kind of an orangish, reddish color, but I'm super hyped to get these things opened up, try them on, see if they're comfortable, walk around in them for you guys, and then give you a little look at that on Amazon. So let's do that now. Yet another On product here in front of us on Supercar Street Racing, and today we have ordered the Cloud Flyer in Glacier and Flame. And you can see here the box is made of recycled material with the On chicken logo, like I call it, because I think it looks like a beak. It's actually O-N, On, which is confusing for some people, but it just spells On up and down like that. The Cloud Flyer in Glacier, which is an orangish color, and the Flame. The Glacier is like a grayish, and the Flame is the orangish red color, and these are size 9 male, and I have not opened them up, so let's take a look at that now as we open up the Cloud Flyers. Let's go ahead and unbox the On Cloud Flyers now and see if they are as fly as I think they should be, because I am hyped about these. All right, so always you get the logo notice thingy here that says this box is recycled 100%, so they do recycle it. And they use water-based inks too, which makes a big difference on the actual impact on the environment. And then inside you always have this little tissue thing here covering it. And wow, dang, these things are fly. Look at the On Cloud Flyer. It's kind of a silverish color with kind of an orangish color there under the tissue paper, and there's the other. And wow, these look awesome. I knew I would like these. My friend, she opened them and said she wasn't that big of a fan of them. But let's get these things out of the box now and see what they look like in detail. All right, you guys just saw the unboxing of these On Cloud Flyers. So now let's take a closer look at how they look at some of the details and the colors, and see what we think about that. The On Cloud Flyers in Glacier and Flame are right in front of me, and if you look at this shoe, it does come with some packing inside. Now that is to keep the shoe from getting crushed and deformed in shipping, but it pulls right out like this. And they do have like a little shoe cardboard thing, and they have this paper, and that of course is in both the left and the right shoe. And once you get that out, you can see the On Cloud Flyer in its full glory with the orange and the silverish, which is Glacier and Flame that they call it. And taking a look a little bit closer at the shoe, on the top we have the On logo here. We've got kind of a rectangular, like tall, skinny rectangular cloth going right here that leads up to the laces where they have a little orange loop right here, kind of accenting the color. If you move to the side, you can see the on logo here in kind of a reflective. So if you run, this kind of helps you because it's reflective for your safety. Same little rectangular things here, and they are bordered by these thin silver stripes there. We have the Swiss logo here, the little cross, and then it does say Swiss Engineering in silver right here. And again, the CloudTech logo is right there on the side of the shoe. And on the back, it says Helion. And I'm assuming that refers to the little springy holes right here on the Cloud Flyer. Now moving to the back of the Cloud Flyer, we have another On Chicken logo on the back, which is around it is a darker gray. So you go from the silver here to the gray, which is a cool transition. Looks kind of cool. And then on top, we have the On logo in silver with the flame on the tongue. And inside of the shoe here, you do have the orange flame material again, moving into the actual inside of the shoe. Nothing particularly interesting on the back, just a little slit here for the Helion, as they call it, on the bottom. We have an On logo there. It probably has 20 On logos on the shoe, which is kind of overkill, but that's fine. They love their products. And back on the other side of the On Cloud Flyer, it literally just repeats itself all the way through. And you have this silver strips here with some tiny little silver cross fabric here, which is more, this is more of like a heavier, stiffer fabric. This is more like cloth. So this is a more durable fabric there. Same little stuff moving to the back here. This is between this stiffness and this stiffness, but still a stiffer fabric there on the On Cloud Flyers. Now that we've had a good close-up look at the details on the On Cloud Flyer here, we're gonna actually try these on, walk around in them, see how comfortable they are, and give you a final decision before we take it to Brad in the studio for some more details. We're in the SCSR living room now with the On Cloud Flyers, and as always when we get these shoes, I'm gonna give you my honest review. I have massive bunion problems right here, and I'm pretty self-conscious about even showing that, but it is true. I got bunions here, and I also have really flat feet, so buying shoes that fit me well, I usually have to buy wides, but I haven't had a problem with the Ons yet. They have seemed to been like the perfect shoe for me. So let's go ahead and throw these guys on, get it on, and we'll go ahead and walk around. And once again, very, very comfortable. And you can see where my bunions are pushing against the fabric, but luckily the fabric right here is soft, so it is not causing me any pain. I'm in general pain when I walk, but this is not causing me any problems whatsoever. And wow, they are super comfortable, just like the last pair. Now let's go ahead and take a walk around in the On Cloud Flyers. And they feel really good. And here's the treadmill that I usually work out on in the beautiful Supercar Street Racing compound backyard. But walking around and test driving these On Cloud Flyers, let's see how they feel. Very comfortable. Like, I can compare these to my ASICs, and they are definitely more comfortable. They don't hurt my bunions at all, even though you can see right here clearly my bunions are pushing up against the shoe. It's soft enough where it's not giving me any issues whatsoever. I'm just test driving these around the house now. Don't hit the vacuum. And let's go outside now for a little test drive on the street. We've arrived outside the Supercar Street Racing compound, and we have the On Cloud Flyers on, and they're actually feeling very comfortable. I could see putting, 3 or 4 miles on these without any issues whatsoever. Now these are actually my shoes for fashion, not for exercise, but I wanted to take them outside and do maybe a couple of minutes in them and see how they feel. So I'm just gonna go here, turn around and come back and let you know if I feel any weird issues with the shoes. We just got back from walking around in the on-cloud flyers and I had no issues whatsoever with them. Actually very comfortable shoes. I'm super happy with them. And we did move a pair of our flip-flops from up here down to the shoe rack so that now we make room for our on-cloud flyers to go in the on shoe collection. And they fit so nice up there in the existing collection that now there's only one pair away from filling up our 9-pair shoe rack. You guys just saw me take these on-cloud flyers for a nice little test drive. I gave you my opinion about them, so now you know if you order some, how I feel about them and how they feel on my feet. But now let's go into the Supercar Street Racing studio. Brad's waiting in there to tell us all about these on-cloud flyers and how you can order your own. Hey guys, once again, you're in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio, and my name is Brad. I welcome you to the channel. I'm so glad you're here. If you could do me a huge favor and like and subscribe, that would help the channel out tremendously. And make sure you buy everything through any of our affiliate links. Anything you want on Amazon, click any of our links and then buy it, and that will give us a few little dollars to help keep the channel going. But today we're concentrating on these on-cloud flyers, another fantastic on product. I think that they honestly make the best shoes on the planet Earth. They're the most comfortable for me. They are more comfortable than my ASICs that I wear to work out. And on the screen right here and right now, we have the On website. Now, when you get to the On website, if you want to look for the ones that are last season and on sale, I've got it up on the screen right here where it says last season. You click that. Once that pops up, you can click shoes and kind of filter that down a little bit. And we're looking for the Cloud Flyer. And if you don't see it right away, you can also just click on it. So here are all the shoes that are available from last season. And let's say you want the Cloud Flyer. Here is a Cloud Flyer 4. Here's the Cloud Flyer that I have, the actual shoe. Now, when you get into this is the color I have, Glacier and Flame. You have to click on your size, and they still have size 9 available. The ones that are grayed out here, you cannot get those. They are not available. Now, this style here is available, and that would be, I'm not sure what color that is. I don't see it on here. Oh yeah, Midnight Rust. So that is the Midnight and Rust color right there. You see it, and it is not available in my size. So basically, on the Cloud website, the On website, you just click on the shoe that you want to buy, and if you go to the last season, they'll have sale shoes, reduced by 20, 30% sometimes. And let's say you want the Cloud Flyer 4 here, you click on that. And then you go down here and you go to men's, and then they do have a size 9 available in metal and lapis, whatever lapis is. And these are actually really cool. They are reduced by 20%, and you can go ahead and order your shoes on the On website. I will have a link in the description to order some of these from Amazon. Please do me a favor if you buy them and buy through my affiliate links. And we got to get out of here because I've got to go try on some more shoes. So peace out.
I almost called it Speed Fab. Tuners Inc. What? About to change the oil in this thing. Get up on the lift. What do you think about?
About time.
What about that? So we didn't even get the AC refrigerant.
No, didn't need
So,
it. There's too much pressure.
Yeah, we didn't recharge the AC. We had to drain some of the pressure out to get it working again. It was overpressured and the compressor would cut off. Now we're gonna change the oil. About to get under here. Look at that wastegate.
Oh, go figure. Look at that.
There's the oil filter. Easy peasy.
That's hard to get to.
What is it we wanted to look at last time? I forgot. Oh, the rear end's one thing I wanted. Y38, yep. So that's the Subaru rear end right there. Oh, this axle's leaking.
Yeah, right at the,
Yep. Just that side though.
Yeah, it's throwing up quite a bit of grease.
Yeah,
right there.
look at that.
Oh, go figure. Look at that.
Yep.
Layer.
Yeah. Axle's leaking right there. Yeah.
Oh, go figure. Look at that.
Hot oil coming your way. And who knows how much spurt power it has. Oh, look at that.
Oh, look at that.
Perfection. Dark. Oops, I put my phone in it. Yeah. Oh, that's the other thing I wanted to look at was the coilovers. Take a look at the yellow speed racing coilovers. Look at the coilover. Oh, sick. I can actually see the premium performance. Yeah, that's the ones that we got. Yellow Speed Racing Premium Performance. And man, they got 3 inches of. Got the new oil filter in there. Right there. Oil still draining out. World's smallest drain plug. That's the tiniest hole I ever saw.
That's what that girl said.
I know.
Went over and tried.
But no spring.
More interested in having a big gaping hole?
Oh, what?
Are you more interested in having a big gaping hole down there?
No, it's a good size, I guess. I guess that'll work. Cleaning up all the oil from the oil filter. Still dripping. Some oil right there too. It's a tad bit. Right here?
Yeah.
Wonder what's going on there.
Here, see, so it's going for the fuel.
Oh yeah, it might have just been from the engine. Yeah. Yeah, transmission's like brand new. It is brand new. I took the coil packs out now. I'm probably running to go get some spark plugs. Tracy's getting the car up on the dyno. Because we're not sensing boost on this. We don't have the thing hooked up. You can see it from here. Here we go, dyno pull 2.
It spiked to 14, but it dropped to about 12.
15.
Yeah, it spiked to about 14 and then it came down.
We could put the manual on there and run it up to 30 and see if we can blow it up.
I don't think he wants your car to be in here another month.
Well, Lexus. Did it?
I think you had it.
Yeah, he did. $428 at 14 pounds, 15.
That's like pretty much exactly what I made. First round.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's his first dyno pull.
It's like right on.
That's with no tweaking. He hasn't even touched it yet.
Right. Just running on the spring.
Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Supercar Street Racing. I'm Brad, and what we are looking at today is part 4 of the golf cart audio install, and I am going to insert some clips over that to kind of explain what's going on in the clip this time, because there's not a lot of dialogue. It's just me working, and I didn't give a good explanation of it, so you'll see that now on Supercar Street Racing. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and today, as you can see here, we're going to be working on the golf cart audio system again, and we are doing some electrical wiring. Now this clip you're seeing here is me working in the battery tray, and there are lead acid batteries in that tray that provide 48 volts to the golf cart systems. In order to run the amplifier and everything for the car audio, we want to bring that down to 12 volts. We do have a 12 volt voltage reducer, and this master switch that I am installing is going to drop that 12 volts down to, that 48 volts down to the 12 volts that we need to run the audio system. I hope you guys enjoy it. right, we got the power switch in, and now we're going to do some more work on power and things like that. right here, what you're looking at on the screen now is my Blaupunkt Epicenter. Comes with a remote control for the base knob, and it has a little LED on it. Well, I was going to put this in the dash, but I decided to put it in the back because you really don't adjust it that much. I mean, it would look cool in the dash and all that, but I decided to put it right behind me. I could reach back and adjust it if I ever need to. So what I did was I removed the Epicenter volume control from the actual metal mounting plate, and I removed the LED from that as well. And now I am soldering the LED back to the wire. I made a longer wire to connect the LED to the little circuit board, and I'm soldering that, drilling the hole for the LED, and mounting this stuff in the back of the golf cart. Alright, I'm going to install these bus bars now up front. One for positive, one for negative, so we have a place to actually run wiring. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing once again, and our mission today is simple. We are going to get these wheels off and get these wheels and tires over to the tire shop to get the new tires mounted. First things first, we got to get this thing up in the air. Okay, we got both wheels off now. ready for taking to the tire shop here. Once we get the tires on them, we'll go ahead and paint them black, and the sprocket as well. All right, we got Rich.
Hey.
Taking us to bring the tires and wheels to Tire Outlet, and then we're gonna go get lunch and maybe even a liquid refreshment.
That's a very good possibility.
And we got the wheels and tires in the back here. I don't know where we're going to lunch yet. Probably somewhere over close to Tire Outlet if they can get the tires ready for us quickly. And then we'll grab some food. What do you think?
I think that's a good plan.
It's a deal?
Yeah.
All right, let's do it. All right, we just got back from the tire shop and we got these beautiful brand new Sunf. So funny. Wheels and tires that now need prepping and painting. And so I am going to try to figure out how to do that at this point. I don't have any index cards to stuff right there, but I definitely want to do it while they are on and mounted. And they came with this lovely Sunf thing, which sucks, so I'll have to take that off later. But yeah, I'm going to try to figure out some way to do this without index cards. All right, we're waiting for Dukes of Duval to come over, and we need to start refinishing these wheels. So all that we need to do right here, right now, is start sanding these wheels. And I don't even know how. All right, we're just waiting on index cards to come in. But we're going to do the first step of protecting the tires, and that is you do the tire protectant around the edges here, and that will wipe right off. The paint won't stick to it. So you use index cards and then the tire protectant for the whole entire protection. So the index card trick is not going to work on these wheels, and I'm bummed out. I don't know what to do. I got to figure it out now. A little update, the wheels are finished being plastidip. I really did not want to do that because the first time you change the tires, it ruins the dip, but I could not figure a way to do it. I probably should have done it off of the rims, but then even then, when they mount the tires, it messes up the wheels. So this is kind of the only way to get it done without buying black wheels. Oh man, the wind's kicking. And the sprocket and the sprocket bolts are done. So I'm going to start putting this thing back together and get it on the front wheel now. All right, just got the bike back together, and that's how it looks on the new tires and the black wheels. Looks pretty sick. I almost painted the chain guard black too, but I kind of left it copper. I can always do that. I just need to touch up some of the bolts where the paint came off from tightening them up, but yeah, it looks awesome with these new tires. I love the way the street tires look compared to the other ones. So tight. Looks great. Hyped. This thing right here went into my brand spanking new foothold.